watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the second clash today at Woodley Park here in Southern California. It's the Silicon Valley Strikers going up against the Los Angeles Lashings. We got play right away, and that's an edge. And the umpire acknowledges that he's got glove on that, and Silicon Valley Strikers strike first wall on a golden duck, and talk about having a good start. Burst into the pitch. It was scrapped up for room and just went straight up in the air. The keeper making good ground and pouching that comfortably. So the Lashings have been rocked early here in this encounter. And the Silicon Valley and the Los Angeles Lashings are 0 for 1. Yeah, I was just into the pitch first up. Really did not get behind that and just got glove on that, lobbed up in the air for an easy catch for the keeper. Right then, early pressure here on the Lashings. Good pace shaped across him. Nice carry back to the keeper as well. Right on the money. As the Silicon Valley Strikers look to do the double against the Los Angeles Lashings. They won against them a few days back. They'll be looking to repeat the dose here. Both teams coming off narrow losses yesterday. Last over finishes in both of their games. To what was some enthralling cricket we saw here yesterday at Woodley Park. The Lashings were defending in the last over due to some intense cricket. Lost out to the Golden State Grizzlies, while the Silicon Valley Strikers failed to chase down 166, losing by 7 runs yesterday. Both teams will be looking to make amends here. Again, angling across, got a thin edge on that as it goes towards third. The Lashings are off the mark. Ahmedzai has been good here. He's been right on the money. First up, he's had good pace and has rushed the batters a couple of times here. As he goes to Kali Charan now. It's a good length right there. The top of the stump length that's challenging the batters, not right there to drive and not there to pull or cut. Left alone. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams bounce back in the face of what have been quite narrow and sometimes unlucky losses, you can say. In small games, especially in T20, it's hard to say what's gone wrong. Shot and tries to pull away. Misses that. It's hard to say, especially when losses are so narrow and so tight. It's hard to say what exactly has gone wrong for the team. And it becomes even harder to bounce back the next day. Because you've got to remind yourself that there's a whole season ahead of you. And that narrow loss here and there should not turn into a string of losses. It's important to reset and not let that momentum carry on into the season. Ahmedzai goes short. Not to be messed with. It's good pace, good heat here from Ahmedzai in the first over. The Lashings have 1 for 1 after 1 over. The Lashings today going with their two openers in Harkaran and Kirsten. Harkaran already got out. And then we have the middle order of Harpreet Singh, Cody and Suraj coming in with some power hitting of Elmore in the end. And then the bowlers with some Stocks and Youth, as opposed to the Silicon Valley Strikers, who have their power hitting openers in Kamran Hotak and Anthony Bramble, and a lot of experience there in Shehan Jayasuriya and Shavin Mishra coming in with the youth of Adit Gorawara as well. And their bowling lineup as well. We just saw Ahmedzai. We're going to see more of them in action as we go along here in this minor league. Presented to you by Yash Technologies and Amol. Right then, from the other end to Harpreet. Pitch stop and goes through the line. Does Harpreet in between mid-off and covers. Got one hand off the bat, but one hand is all it takes for him to get the boundary. crashing through the offside. As you can see, got the middle on that and went through with it completely. Kanduri's spell is off to a bad start. Immediately under pressure here. Short and not really at a threatening pace for Harpreet Singh, who just nudges it away to third man. Right, then square leg is back, and then long on is outside the circle here in this power play. Nicely pitched up to Kalicharan, who just defends this back to the bowler. It's important to find your line length early here, and it's important for especially the opening bowlers to bowl a few balls in those warm-ups. Ensure that rhythm is right, because you don't want to err initially. That's it, that's where he wants to be. Gets high on Kalicharan. Gets beaten on this. You want to ensure you bowl a few deliveries here and there, just to get the body warmed up, just to get the juices flowing. Often it can be the case that those first few balls that go haywire ruin your spell. That's more of the length. Good comeback from Kanduri after conceding a boundary first ball. Knows where he needs to be. Kalicharan has now gone 6 deliveries without scoring a run. Sense something has to give. Pitched up, goes for the shot. Bit fuller than what he might have anticipated it to be. And ends Kanduri's first over. Lashings after 2 are 6 for 1. Faisal Khan to continue. It's going to be steaming in from that end. Goes short again. Oh, that was challenging. Got high on Harpreet. Left it alone in the end. But could have very easily just lobbed off like we saw with Harkaran. Yeah, got into a weird position there, did Harpreet. Does have the heat to challenge the batters. Does Ahmedzai. And gets good carry off the surface onto the keeper's gloves. What has he got in response? Shot again. Tries to just work his way, but is really a shot of no substance. Perhaps just trying to use the base towards third man. Ball with the angle just squares across him. Isn't really bringing the ball back with that action, is Ahmedzai. Right then, he's got a Harpreet hopping around here as Ahmedzai. What has he got in response? Harpreet goes down the track. Rushes him, does Ahmedzai onto his body. Must have hurt him there. You can understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to manufacture a length of that surface. He knows Ahmedzai is going to bowl short, so he's trying to get any sort of length, perhaps a full length, out of that delivery. But the Ahmedzai is up to the task and just cramps him up for room ever so much. You can sense he's flustered here, his Harpreet. Shot again. And that's the uppercut. Nicely played for a boundary. Gee, when you can't force the pace, use the pace. And Harpreet does exactly that. Knew it was going to be short again. Ahmedzai got predictable. And Harpreet just nicely got into the line of the ball. And just guided it away over third man, who was too square and could not catch up with that ball. It's a nice cat and mouse going on here between Ahmedzai and Harpreet. What does Ahmedzai have in response to this now? There's more heat, it's shorter again. Slight misfield gets them a run. Third man has gone finer, and as I say that, they've stuck to a square third man again for Kalicharan. As Ahmedzai looks to have a good ending to his over. On to his pads and nicely tucked away. Will they get to? Yeah, they do with the misfield. Proactive over that for the Lashings. Ahmedzai just after that boundary, losing his line and length here. With the deep square out, that's only going to be 2 every time he hits that. Kalicharan gets the short ball, expected that, and he's pulled it behind square for a wonderful boundary. Was quick on that, and perhaps Ahmedzai got a bit too predictable in that over. As the Lashings after 3 are 18 for 1. Yeah, short and just not really at a threatening height for Kalicharan, who swivels and pulls this away behind square along the carpet. End of a good over that for the Los Angeles Lashings.
Okay.
Right, then Nitin Kanduri coming back in. Long on goes out, and so does deep square for Harpreet. Buying some space on the outside here. Stuck in the pitch a bit, as Harpreet for the second time now gets his hand off the bat. Perhaps way slower than he expects the ball to come. In contrast to Ahmedzai, who's hurrying the batters up. Pitches it short, just tucks it away. I think it's important here for the Lashings to ensure that they get good impetus out of this power play. Try to get somewhere close to around 40-50 runs without the loss of more wickets. And then they can assess where they are and perhaps go from a place of confidence to where they can explode in the end. Pitch stop. Harpreet looks to go big. Gets an inside edge onto the leg side. Yeah, you can see Harpreet trying to get a move on here. He knows this phase is crucial, the first 6 overs where only 2 are outside. Pitch stop. Kalicharan follows Harpreet's way. And early indications show that the ball isn't really coming onto the bat. Sticking in the pitch a bit. As a few batters have tried to hit the ball, getting inside edges, getting their hands off the handles of the bat. Slower ball, wide outside off. Yeah, you can sense the mid-off fielder also telling there's no need to try the slower ball. Let him hit the leg side. It's not the line and length you want to be attacking with. He's got the field for the leg side with long on and deep square in place. Should be bowling into the body of the batsman. Let them take it on over those fielders. Tries to go towards the line. Overs on that side. So perhaps as a consequence of trying too many things, he's conceded 2 wides now as Kaduri. And in the fickle format that T20 cricket is, these wides can make all the difference. Pitch stop. Again, that's way better. That's where Kanduri perhaps wants to be. Wants them to hit towards the leg side because he's got protection there. And well, if they do get it over those fielders, then kudos to them. Harpreet isn't going to hang around. Not going to die wondering on that. Stuck that away. Should be a good couple of runs there. Fielder's quick on it. With a scamper back for 2. Another productive over for the SoCal Lashings. At 4 overs, they're 26 for 1.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Ahmed Zaya has gone out of the attack after his 2 overs. And in comes Ish Sohi with his right arm pace. Pitches it up. Kalicharan looks to go expansive there with his drive. Lucky to not get an edge on that. There is a slip in place as well. Haven't really seen any prodigious amount of swing till now. Don't think after 4 overs it's gonna get any more than that. Yeah, squares him up completely into the deck. Is this Sohi? Comes front on with his action and really puts it hard into the deck. And in this case, squares Kalicharan up, who's not found it easy up until now. 8 runs off his 14 deliveries. Perhaps senses he needs to get a move on here with only 10 deliveries left in the power play. Square leg and third man are outside the circle. I get the sense he likes it. He likes coming onto the front foot as Kalicharan, and the strikers are just not providing that length to him yet. They're trying to make him stick inside the crease and play from there. He's not able to maneuver the ball into the outfield or even inside the 30-yard circle for a run. Yeah, that's the length he's looking for. It's a good stop there by the mid-on fielder. Scamper back for 2. to the two batters here. And pitch stop, he goes for it, and he gets all of it over mid-on. This Kalicharan, first maximum for today. And yes, so he learns his lesson the hard way. Pitch stop, and that was just an agricultural shot. But a heave across the line over mid-on. And he's cleared that comfortably as Kalicharan. You sense that he needed a move on sooner rather than later. And he was searching for that fuller length. And the strikers have obliged and have to pay for that. Yeah, you sense that he's not someone who uses his feet or gets to the pitch of the ball with his feet in any sense. He's more than happy to wait to get to that fuller length. Squares him up at that sort of a good length is where he struggles to be. 8 runs off that over of Sohi. The Lashings are 34 for 1 after 5 overs.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
The Lashings are 34 for 1 after 5 overs as we see the first introduction of spin in Kamran Hotak. It's challenging over to bowl, last over of the power play. But he's a talented and experienced spinner. Comes into the attack. Nicely on a length, finds a spot immediately to Harpreet. As a spinner bowling in the power play, the margin of error is so low. Anything flighted up, the batsmen are going to go for it. Anything short, they're going to cut or pull. As he goes away and gets it past mid-on, does Harpreet. Gets that length that he wants and swings his arms through the line. As I was saying, just floated it up there for that step hit length. And Harpreet Singh obliges. Gets it down the ground. There's a man out on deep mid-wicket and one at long off. Perhaps for the shot with the spin and for one with the slog sweep. My sense is Harpreet is just going to go searching for the same length again. He goes again and he gets big on it. He goes bang, does Harpreet. Smash that into the other ground. Clears his front leg and finds the space to sky this over the field. It really is effortless. Just saw the length, his eyes lit up and went through with the shot. Consecutive deliveries now where Hotak has fed that length that allows Harpreet to step hit through the line. 1 over mid-on and now 1 over long off. So I was saying it's challenging for the spinner to come into the power play. It's even challenging when there's a 4 and 6 and you have 3 balls to go. Field not set in place as Hotak was trying to bowl that one. Alright, what does he do? What does he do in response? Think he perhaps wants to dart this in. The key here is to make Harpreet reach for the ball. Every time you're floating it up into that fuller length, this right in his zone, where he doesn't need to move his feet and can clear his front leg and go through the line, is where you're going to get punished. Couple of deliveries left in this power play. Yeah, that's the dart. Right there from Hotak. Just aim to get out of this over. Last ball of the power play. Dart again. That's straight to Shehan. And Hotak gets his revenge. Harpreet Singh, in an effort to maximize the power play, maximize the over of the spinner, perishes in pursuit. And at the end of what has been a good power play for the Lashings, they lose a wicket. It's looking good there, Harpreet. But just the ball quicker, a bit fuller than he expects. Did not get the elevation on that. And Shehan Jaisuri is a safe fielder who pouches that comfortably. Hotak gets his first wicket. Harpreet Singh has to go. And the Lashings, after 6 overs, are 44 for 2. So he now back for his second over to Kali Charan. You've got to stick to that back over length here, as so he realized last over. Just that sort of into the pitch length where it gets big on Kali Charan. He's not the tallest guy on the field. And he's not able to maneuver that length any which way. And with the fielders out now, it's going to be a bigger challenge now for him. Pitches it up. Kali Charan gets beaten on that. He's beaten him on a short of a length. He's beaten him on a fuller length here. As Kali Charan tries a shot too many to get a move on. Squares him up again. This is wonderful bowling from Sohi. He recognizes the opportunity here, which is to just feed him off that short of a good length. He's trying to use that pace somewhere. Is Kali Charan. Perhaps his option here is to come down the track and go through the offside. Mid-off is inside the circle. Try to manufacture some length out of that. Pitched up and that goes through him. So he gets his reward. Kali Charan goes. And without adding a run, 2 set batters have gone in succession. And after an early start from the Lashings, the strikers are back on top. Seaming in, that's wonderful bowling from Sohi. Pitched it up, Kalicharan looking for a length that's not there. Plays all over it and gets his stumps knocked over in the process. Kalicharan goes for 16. The Lashings are 44 for 3. Right then, Suraj Kumar comes to the crease. Sohi with his tail up. Oh, pitches this up and a tight single here. Shehan looks as if had he hit that, he would have got his man. 2 new batters now at the crease for the Lashings after Kalicharan and Harpreet stitching together a small partnership, but both perishing without adding a run. And towards in the space of the last 6-7 deliveries, the strikers have found a way to come back. Cody Chetty now not to face his first ball. Looks busy immediately. Putting pressure on the fielders. That's how you want to play this. To what has been a decent start here for the Lashings. 7 overs gone. Another wicket taking over. The Lashings are 47 for 3.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Kamran Hotak there, coming for his second over. Nicely flighted. "21 years of age is Hotak. Bowls with good control. And after getting hit for a few, was rewarded with the wicket of Harpreet Singh in his last over. Gets into him. And you sense in his stride, tries to hide the ball behind him initially and then jumps across to bowl that ball either spinning in or going with the arm. This one spinning across. Shake, appeal and given. Suraj Kumar goes playing across a straight one. And Hotak with his ever so accurate line and length gets his second wicket. The Lashings are rocked back even further. We talked about how Hotak jumps across to get the ball in. This seemed like one that just went straight on. Got quick on Suraj Kumar, and yeah, that looks pretty adjacent from here on out. The umpire taking his time. But Hotak gets his reward. The Lashings sink further. They're 49 for 4. In comes Desai, left-handed to the crease. And this seems like an effort to counter the left arm spin here. With the ball spinning into the left-hander, this is a more favorable matchup, you'd assume. But Hotak has his tail up here. Long on, deep mid wicket. Sweeper on the offside and long off. Oh, beats him. Does Hotak. He has his tail up. He's got into his rhythm now. And he wants to get through his overs quickly. Beats him again. Excellent display of control of line and length here from Hotak. End of an excellent over here by Kamran Hotak. 8 overs gone. The Lashings are 49 for 4.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
This is good from the strikers. They've come back onto this game and they've come on top now. After a brisk start that the Lashings got. So he into his third over. Gets an edge off of Chetty. And that's the 50 up for the Lashings. It's come at run a ball pace here for them, and while the pace is not something they'd have a big problem with, they definitely rue the loss of 4 wickets at this stage of their innings. Slip in place for the new batter. Nicely into his body. He's down his Desai. He's hurt him here. Yeah, just into his body, perhaps right around his thigh. So he is fast, he's quick off the surface as well. And we just hope this eye is okay. Right then, it's good that Desai is back up. But now a short leg in place as well. Shehan Jayasuriya under the lid there. Hurried him for pace again there. Ditsohi. Bowling a good channel here. First over was good and then Kalicharan took him on. But since then he's been right on the money. He's found his length. Square leg just comes a few meters inside. Sends the short ball. Yeah, right there. That was always coming with the short leg in place as well as 3 fielders out on the onside. Pitches it up, drives through to Zayan. It's off the mark. Fine leg, deep square leg, long on. Third man and sweeper outside. Just tucked away. Should be 2 here. Run the first one hard. Yeah, that's good running. Waiver throw. But no damage done right there. Another good over from Sohi. 9 overs gone. The Lashings are 53 for 4. Hotak now comes in for his 3rd over to Desai. Pitch stop. And the interesting thing here is they don't mind playing the matchup here. Do the strikers. They know the left arm spinner is going to bowl into the left-hander's arc. He tries to cut this away. And so they're willing to bet on that chance. Their upside here is that they can buy a wicket perhaps and get the Lashings to be another wicket down. Even if it means coming at a cost of a couple of boundaries. Hotak is very accurate. He's not giving that length. Initially he did give that step hit length to Harpreet, who punished him for a 6 and a 4. But since then he's been right on the money. Not been an effort to come forward to him. Has slowed up and almost onto his, perhaps got an inside edge on that. But really slow from Hotak. Again, trying to purchase a wicket here. Inviting the shot. Skidded through. Beats the outside edge. Hotak is challenging Desai here. It's 2 of 11. And in the middle overs, Hotak is really coming into his own here. Sense the slog sweep coming perhaps. if it's floated up. It is floated up, it's driven through. It's a good stop right there from the cover fielder. Another excellent over from Hotak, just 3 from it. At the halfway stage, the Lashings are 56 for 4. If you wanted to know what the state of things are, the last 4 overs have gone for just 12 runs from the strikers. Since the end of the power play, it's been all strikers. They've been extremely accurate with their lines and lengths. Haven't given any loose deliveries here for the batsman to get away with. And the Lashings are reeling. In comes Naman Patil with his left arm pace. Pitches it up. You get the sense that Desai will try to get a move on here. He's 4 runs of 13 deliveries. And while Cody Chetty has been busy at the other end, scoring at more than a run a ball. It's going to be interesting what the passage of play looks like here. You see in that Manhattan graph there, 3rd over went for a lot, went for 12 odd runs. And since the end of the power play, it's been all the strikers. While Harpreet Singh and Kali Charan stitched together a small partnership, they were building some momentum, building some pressure on the strikers. But ever since their departure in consecutive overs, it's been the strikers who've been on top. We talk about how not to lose wickets in clumps, and the Lashings have been vulnerable to that this afternoon here at Woodley Park. Shehan has a chat with the bowler as they think about what to do here with Naman Patil. No deep square out, it needs to be full. Cody Chetty goes for a shot that perhaps isn't there. That is sloppy cricket right there from the Silicon Valley strikers. Ruled to be a dead ball. In the end, that was a strange piece of cricket from the strikers. Just the keeper lobbing the ball back to the bowler. Yeah, Cody Chetty recognizing that runs haven't been flowing, clears his front leg, but the ball is bowled well outside off stump. Tries to reach for that one. Similar delivery, drives it to Cody. They have to get a move on here, have the Lashings. They're going at around 7 and over and have slowed down since. Pitch stop, tries to go for that one. Hits him on the body. He can play the scoop, can Desai, and fine leg is inside the circle if he wants to take that option. The other option is perhaps over covers. Try to make some room and go towards that side. Alright, what does he do here? He's feeling the heat. Comes down the track, goes up, hasn't got the connection onto it. Fielder comes underneath and takes a very, very safe catch. It's a good catch by Jayasuriya, and it ends Desai's struggle at the crease. Naman Patel gets his wicket, and the Lashings have lost half their side for 59. He just did not get the connection on that. Took his eyes off a bit too early. Went really high in the air, and Jayasuriya made good ground from long on to take that. That's a very safe catch. The Lashings 59 for 5. Right, then in comes Hutchinson with a lot of pressure on his side. And what pressure he says as he gets a short ball from Patil. Cuts this away, and there's good fielding in the deep to keep it to 2. Excellent cricket all around. Yeah, Patil has been good in his first over. Not giving any batters the length to look for the shot. Well played. That from Patil. Ends a good over from him. A wicket taking one. 11 overs gone. The Los Angeles Lashings are 61 at the loss of 5 wickets. Hotak comes in to finish his spell. Tossed up. Cody Chetty goes for it through the covers, and that's a beautiful shot for a boundary. Chetty realizes that his team needs a move on here and dances down the track and pierces the gap through the offside. Lot of air given there by Hotak. Chetty not really to the pitch of it, but just lets his hands go through the ball. And you see that with a lot of batters now in the modern T20 game. Feet movement might not be there, but their hand-eye coordination and hand speed through the line of the ball is what gets them the power. Pitched up again. Good start to this over there. A slight misfield has cost them another run. Tossed up, extremely slow. Flighted there. This is encouraging from Hotak. He's willing to get hit for a boundary or two in an effort to get the wicket, which is how you want your bowlers to be, especially at this stage when the opposition is 5 wickets down. This is darted more into the pitch. Just tucked away for a single, and that's what they're going to try to do here. Try to build some semblance of a partnership, at least up until the 15th, 16th over. These next 3-4 overs before we enter the death overs are going to be crucial for both sides. Darted through, and that ends his spell. Kamran Northak ends with figures of 2 for 22. Impressive showing by the young man. 12 overs gone. Lashings are 69 for 5. You can see the slope of that worm decreasing ever since that power play ended. They've been reeling. The Lashings haven't really got any boundaries after that. Spartel comes in, and as I say that, Hutchinson goes big, and that's huge as he clears long off in his slot, and Hutchinson just gently extends his arms, effortlessly goes for 6, clears his front leg, and boy, that is a gorgeous swing of the bat. First real signs of aggression from the Lashings since the end of the power play. Right, then Patil under pressure early in this over. Short of a length again. Every time the strikers have erred on the fuller side, giving the Lashings that length to just, without any effort, extend their arms through the line of the ball, they've been punished. And every time they've been stuck towards that back of a length, cramping them up for room, they've got their rewards. But they need more proactive batting here into the Lashings. They need to find gaps. And Cody Chetty goes big. Doesn't get all of it. And Jayasuriya fields us in the deep. Excellent fielding that. Chetty realizes that his side needs momentum here. Tries to dance down the track. Ball was wide outside of him. Didn't make a full connection on it. Just perhaps checked his shot in the end as the batter scampered back for 2. Good work there by Shayan Jayasuriya in the deep. Shot and then just tucked away again for a couple. This is good batting from Cody. Really smart batting here. Even with hitting very few boundaries, Cody Chetty is scoring at a good rate here. That's exactly what you want from your middle order players. It's very easy to get stuck on one end in the middle phase, playing ball after ball. It's very important to sort of play the field, find those gaps where you can scamper for 2s. Again, that should be a single this time. And as soon as that happens, you realize that a 6-run over becomes a 10-run over, which becomes a 12-run over. And that's when the pressure starts mounting on the bowling side. 6 early in the over, and since then The minimization of dot balls is what has helped the Lashings in this over. Shot into his body. A good over this for the Lashings. 13 overs gone, they're 81 for 5.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Kanduri now, back into the attack. Pissed off. Chetty's been really busy ever since he's come to the crease. And these are positive signs for the Lashings as they look for which players are shining out for them. You can see even in the small snippet of an innings that Chetty's playing, there are positive signs. There's an understanding of batsmanship of the game that he possesses. Slower ball to Hutchinson. Straight to point. Oh. Not the safest single, but the throw was a bit wayward. Perhaps could have gone to the other end. But Kanduri's slower ball doesn't seem to have that much venom into it. That's pitched up and he goes over the offside. What a glorious shot that is from Cody Chetty. Inside out, and he's gone for 6. Beautiful shot. Just nice. He swings through the bat and follows through well as he clears cover comfortably. And Chetty, after being busy for an initial period, now is putting his foot on the accelerator. He's playing this fantastically. Is Chetty as the keeper now comes up to stop that forward movement. Jayasuriya also has a word with his bowler. Yeah, pitched up again. That's good. This is really good. Got the boundary in the over. Take the single and make it a big over. This is excellent stuff from Cody Chetty. Yeah, Kanduri has looked the least threatening of the strikers bowlers today. Hasn't really got that bite of the surface. Has been a bit erratic at times as well with his line and length. He has a chance right now to make amends. Slower ball, and Hutchinson clears his leg, but just the ball spins away from him. End of a good over again for the Lashings. 14 overs gone, they're 90 for 5.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
The strikers need a wicket, and what has been a small little partnership that's showing signs of being threatening here. Ahmedzai is back into the attack to do just that, and it clips it away, and there's a misfield from the fielder at deep square. It's gone for a boundary. Ahmedzai will not be happy with that. Should have been stopped. But Chetty, in the space of the last few deliveries, has really got to move on. Yeah, just clipped behind square, and with the spin, the ball just beats that fielder at deep square leg. Ahmedzai has been brought on just to break this partnership, just to hurry the batsman up in some sense. Shot and punched away, and what a shot that is from Chet. He gets all of that one. Didn't look like the most convincing hit, but he's got all of that. He's got another boundary there. Just clipped over mid-on. That's smart batting. Recognized that mid-on was inside the circle, and he only just needed to get over that one. And the strikers now ball follow as third man comes inside the circle. Mid-on moves to long on. Pitched up and nicely driven through the offside. He's playing the fielder extremely well as Chetty brings the 100 up for the Lashings. It's been slow going in between, but Chetty has been really positive for them. They've set a strong base here, and with a few wickets in hand, they can go really big towards the end. Losing his line there, Ahmedzai. It's turning into a big over already, and still 3 deliveries left to go. Fine leg pushed back, mid-off comes inside. You sense there's going to be a short ball. Something on his body, something up on his badge. It's going to hurry him up. Trying to give him no room. Short ball. And I sense that Cody knew that as well. It's extremely predictable with the field that's been set up. With mid-off inside the ring, can't err on the side of going fuller. Can Ahmedzai. And this is a different challenge now to Hutchinson, who's got a big hit away, but he'll be looking for more. Again, short. Hutchinson has found it tough to get away on that short length. Anything that's pitched up, he's gone through, but he's not really figured out what he needs to do with that short length, and has often, as a result, played the dot ball. Short again, it's cut away. Should be a couple of runs as the sweeper fielder tries to clear this up. Positive over that for the Lashings. 3 good overs now for them. 15 overs gone. It's 104 for 5. Right, then Kanduri goes out of the attack, and in comes Naman Patil. Keeper standing up to Cody Chetty now. Shot and punched away. Fielder's live wire there at point. It's not going to be an easy single here as we enter the last 5 overs of this game. I reckon something around 150, 160 is something that the Lashings would be very happy with, given the start they got. Remember, they were 50 for 4 at one point. And this partnership has I think he's hurt his finger there as the point fielder. Right then, Chetty with his open stance. Shot and oh. He reckons he missed out there. Right then, square leg back, mid wicket, long gone. 3 fielders out on the leg side with long off and a sweeper on the off side. Slower ball. You'd sense that was the option to prevent the scoop behind the wicket. Naman Patil here tasked with bowling the important overs in the death to 2 set batsmen now. Pitch stop and Hutchinson goes straight. Goes but dead straight and he gets the boundary for that. Excellent shot down the ground. But that was, as Naman Patil will acknowledge, right in a slot. Pitch stop, Hutchinson goes bang. The umpire saved his life there. Got his head out of the way and ducked well as that went straight down the ground towards the side screen. And as we so often seen in this game, Jayasuriya after a boundary going to talk to his bowler. Long off comes extremely straight. Realizing that Hutchinson is only going to go one way. Short and into his body. That's more of the length here. The strikers have not learned from bowling to Hutchinson that he's really looking for that length where he can swing his long levers through the line of the ball. The momentum is towards the strikers here. They're looking good. Building a good partnership as well. As the 50 partnership is also up between the 2 batsmen. Cody's been the main aggressor, but Hutchinson has also stayed there and played a couple of boundaries. Right then, we had a quick ball change there as the ball had gotten softer and older perhaps. Cody Chetty eyeing his options here. Naman Patil steaming and shot and goes up. And Cody Chetty just makes room and flays this over point. It's a wonderful shot. He's playing the field here as Cody Chetty. He might be coaching the kids, but he hasn't lost his own game at all as Cody Chetty, showing real maturity here in finding the gaps. Knew this was going to be short with 3 men outside on the offside. Perhaps was a slower delivery as well. But Chetty aptly made room on that ball. What does Naman Patil do to respond? Slower again into the wicket. Again, playing that game of minimizing dot balls. At the end of the 16th over, it's 116 for 5.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
The strikers desperately need a wicket here. Chetty is looking ominous. He's been busy, and as you can see, he's really playing the field, trying to take singles wherever he can. This is impressive stuff from Chetty, who's on 45. Scored them at a very, very healthy rate. So he brings fine leg inside, takes deep mid wicket on the boundary. With mid-off also inside and a sweeper and a third man, you sense this has to be short. It's going to be short and into his body. And that's exactly what it is. Good running there from Chetty. Realizes that dot balls need to be minimized at this stage of the innings. Every run matters. Shot, and he goes high and handsome. This Cody Chetty, that's 50 for him. What a knock for Cody Chetty. Game when his side was under pressure and he's played an extremely mature knock. Tucked around for a few bit, ran hard, and he's clobbered that one, got underneath that and lifted it over deep square leg for a fine maximum. This is an innings of real maturity and class, and what has shown out is his batsmanship amidst all of that. Striking at 182 is Cody Chetty, and he wants more as he goes through the offside and finds the gap. He's gonna race away to the boundary. Short ball, he got in the line and pulled it over for 6. A full length ball, he got outside of that line and pierced it through the gap at covers. This is excellent batting from Cody Chetty. Look how he makes room on that one. takes it on the full and finds that gap on the left, on the right of cover. A slew of changes now in the field. Fine leg comes inside, deep square goes back. Couple of boundaries here, so he under pressure with 2 balls to go in this over. Comes down the track again, gets this outside, sweeper coming in and takes a wonderful catch in the deep, diving forward, never easy. And Chetty's sparkling innings comes to an end. What a knock he's played. And any respectable total that Lashings get to from here is courtesy of this blistering knock that Chetty's played. 55 of just 30 deliveries. Getting the boundaries at exactly the right time, playing the field. End of a very calculated knock from Cody Chetty, striking at 183. 5 fours and 2 sixes to his name, but unfortunately he has to depart. Just tried to make room again, tried to get that gap over cover, but just got high on him. And just skewed this over towards the sweeper who ran in well. And Ahmed Zai taking a good diving catch forward. End of an excellent innings right there. But a breakthrough that the strikers desperately needed at this stage of the game. So he gets the wicket and he's about to finish off his spell here. A good spell from 2 for 26 as Abhimanyu comes to the crease. Nicely tucked away. Should be a single to finish off his spell here. 4 overs, 2 for 27 from Ish Sohi. 17 overs gone. The Lashings are 129 for 6. Three fielders out on the offside. A slightly unusual field here for Hutchinson. With deep point outside. No one behind square on the leg side. For Abhimanyu, my apologies. Stuck away. Yeah, deep point needs to come in for Hutchinson. Long off goes straighter and a fielder on the leg side perhaps goes out. No, they take deep extra. I think the plan here is to perhaps just go wide. Let's go really wide of Hutchinson's arc, no matter what length it is, such that there is protection there. Slower ball goes wide. Into the wicket. And then Kundari to bowl. Slashed away. That's why the deep point is there. good field placing and good bowling to the field from Kanduri. "15 balls to go. Need to find the boundary. Do the Lashings. Wide outside. Good bowling to his field. Staying away from Hutchinson's arc and making him hit towards one side of the ground. This is clever bowling this from the strikers. Just singles in this over up until now. Tossed up. Just wide outside. They won't mind that, will the strikers? Slow ball and tries to heave it across the leg side. Does Abhimanyu. Doesn't get any bat on it. It's been a good over up until now from Kanduri. Last ball of his spell. Another ball left. Sixth of the over up until now. Haven't been able to find the boundary with this offside tactic that the strikers have employed. Infielders are on the 30-yard circle. Comes down the track, tries to go over it. Shehan cannot cover that off as he gets the width he needs and swings his arm through the bat, through the line of the ball. It's a boundary to end a productive over. 10 from it. Came down the track and just found the length. And with Kanduri's pace, it's not challenging Abhimanyu. Goes over covers. Only fielder that's not out on the offside. And with 2 overs to go, the Lashings are 139 for 6. Ahmedzai to finish off his quota of 4 overs. Shot and into the body, as Hutchinson must have realized by now. It's the only way they're going to bowl to him. Not going to give anything in his arc. Yeah, just cramped him up from him. He hasn't looked the most comfortable against the pull shot. Anything into his body. He's tried to just get away from the ball. And with a couple of overs to go, they should be eyeing around 20 runs. The Lashings with 4 wickets in hand. Pitched up, slow delivery. Again, cramping him for room. 3 fielders out on the leg side. Pretty standard field here for Ahmedzai. He's good early on, beating the bat a few times with his pace, but now he has to showcase his skills, his versatility in these situations. And most importantly, his mental stature when it comes to bowling to his field and bowling the right balls to the right batsman. Shot and doesn't get any bat on that. Does Abhimanyu. One above head high. So Ahmedzai is clearly not pleased with. Has a really nice wrist position, slingy action as he comes through in his run-up. He's been putting in the shift here as Ahmed Zai. Couple of dots now. Slower ball. And swings across it does Abhimanyu, but again fails to make any contact. Perhaps the option here isn't to go towards the leg side, but stay still, make some room perhaps with the angle and go over covers, or come in line of the ball and try those shots behind the wicket. And as what Cody Chetty was doing was playing in the gaps, none of the other Lashings batters have really done that. Right then. As he weighs his options here, does Abhimanyu needs to realize that those fielders in the deep are not where the most productive shots may lie, especially with the angle, especially with the fact that he's going to bowl slow and into the wicket as Ahmed Zai. Goes short, doesn't get any bat on that, should be taken, and a comfortable catch in the deep as Ahmed Zai gets another. Abhimanyu departs after playing a few dots. You could sense the pressure building on him, and Ahmed Zai goes to his favorite short delivery that gets big on Abhimanyu. Holds out in the deep, and another wicket falls for the Lashings. And in the middle of a good last over is Ahmed Zai, just shot and onto his chest. Really big on him. Wasn't prepared for that delivery at all was Abhimanyu. Late on that shot. And he departs after scoring a boundary. Abhimanyu goes for 7 of 9 deliveries. The Lashings are 140 for 7 wickets. Goel comes to the crease now. Shot again. Not going to carry to the fielder in the deep. And just a confusing bit of cricket right there. Wasn't quite sure what that fielder in the deep was trying to do, but threw it to the ground. And the scamper back for 2. A bit of sloppy fielding there, but Ahmed Zai ends his score of 4 overs with 2 for 30. And the Lashings are 142 with 1 over to go. Yeah, just picked the ball up and was going to throw, but perhaps was a bit double-minded there as to whether to throw or not. And in the end, conceded another run. Not been the sharpest, have they? Have the strikers in the field. Taken a few good catches here and there, but they've also had some overthrows and some sloppy cricket at times. Yeah, not an offside strategy here for Naman Patil as he comes in to bowl the final over. Long off outside and everybody's out on the leg side. Sense is going to be short and into the body of Hutchinson. And he goes big. Not going to carry to the long off fielder. The bad throw means that they scamper back for 2. Perhaps a throw to the wrong end as well. And this is where match awareness comes in. I was talking about how they've been a bit sloppy, the strikers, over the course of this innings. Shot again, and this is clobbered. Oh, valiant effort in the deep, but Hutchinson clobbers that for 6. He knew that Hutchinson was aware that this was going to be his length, so he lined up perfectly for that. Perhaps didn't get high enough and was a bit misdirected, was a short delivery. But nonetheless, Hutchinson gets the meat of the bat on that one. Yeah, he watched that till the end, swiveled on it, and in the deep, a valiant effort. It'd be harsh to call that a missed chance. Right, then what has Hutchinson got again? Short slower this time. Doesn't get a whole lot of timing on it. It's gonna be a single. Yeah, as the strikers team, you think that hitting a 6 on that short delivery is fine. That's what you've got the field to set up for. What you don't want is to be hit over covers or through the offside in some way. And shot again, pulled again. Should be lining up for that to some sense. That's excellent fielding. That is a wonderful effort from the fielder in the deep. He dove across earlier in the over, and that is wonderful effort to prevent a couple of runs. He's pushing fine leg back. Everybody's going to be inside on the offside. Cannot give any sort of space on in the over, as the Lashings are 152 with Hutchinson on 29. Shian has a talk with his bowler. Fine leg goes back. Everybody's out on the leg side. Perhaps what would be good is to come around the wicket on this angle. If you're going to tuck him up from around the wicket, because he's going to make space and try to go over the offside as Hutchinson. Gets bat on that and gets 4. Does Hutchinson. Exactly what I was talking about. You want to be, if you're making him hit towards leg side of the ground, you have to become around the wicket and angle it into his body and let him hit it from there. With this angle, it's going to go straight towards that line, and Hutchinson just gets some bat on that. Fine leg is too square to cut that off. A 6 and a 4 in the over, and Lashings are making the most of this final phase of the innings. Can they reach 160? Hutchinson's on 33 of 21. Last ball of the innings. Patil has been expensive. Can he finish off well? Shot again. Play and miss as they scamper towards another run, and the Lashings finish on what has been a good total after batting first. They were 49 for 4 at one point in the innings, and they finished with 157 for 7 wickets at the end of their 20 overs. An excellent effort set up initially by Harpreet Singh and then carried on by Cody Chetty and Elmore Hutchinson with a few lusty blows in the end. A good effort too from the strikers, with Hotak striking with a spin early on, as you can see the scorecard there. After losing a wicket on the very first delivery of the innings, the Lashings have rocked back into this game. Good knocks there by Harpreet Singh and Cody Chetty, and a good finish from Elmore Hutchinson to finish things off. A good effort all around from the Lashings. And the strikers bowlers, Ahmedzai started off well with good pace, got 2 wickets for 30 from it, but really the pick of the bowlers is Kamran Hotak. 4 overs, 2 for 22, challenged the batsmen on both edges of the bat, beat them quite a few times, and got the ball skidding through. Good stuff from Ishwarjot Sohi as well. 2 for 27 in his 4 overs. And Naman Patil was expensive to cap things off. So at the end, at the halfway mark of this innings, the Lashings are 157 after electing to bat. The strikers need 158. We'll see how this chase goes, and I'll see you on the other side. Good evening and welcome to the second innings here at Woodley Park in Southern California for the Major League, presented to you by Yash Technologies and Amul. Ayan Decisive to Anthony Bramble. Here we go. Straight down the leg side. Starts off with a wide. And the Lashings, after being put into bat first, but after a shaky start, lost a wicket first ball, then got a partnership in, were around 49 at the end of the 6th over, and then lost a flurry of wickets back to back. But then Cody Chetty and Elmore Hutchinson came to the rescue and took them to 157 against the Silicon Valley Strikers. The goal now for the Strikers here is to ensure the same doesn't happen to them, especially in the power play. They want to set the tone early and want to set this well. And they want to ensure with the left-right combination of Shivan Mishra and Anthony Bramble that they can put off the swing of the left armour coming into the right-hander and make the best use of that. They're a bit sloppy in the field, but the Strikers had a few overthrows, had a few throws that were misdirected, not towards the keeper, and a few extras as well. And as a result, they let go of early pressure that they put on the Lashings. Right then, Desai charging in towards Mishra, who goes for a expansive drive, gets an inside edge onto that. And Desai coming after what must have been a very enlightening experience at the Major League. Getting Devon Conway out first ball in his Major League career, and then getting Marcus Stoinis as well. Those are not any other wicket. Those are some pretty big names in cricket he's got out, and that will definitely put a tail in his step. Nice smooth action as he puts one into the wicket. And the key here will be to take those singles from inside the circle. It's important to put that pressure early on, and as Cody Chetty showed us, the importance of getting those singles and rotating the strike with ease comes on later when you get those loose balls, and then you can make a normal over into a good over for your side. Silicon Valley Strikers, of course, beating the Lashings a few days back, will be looking to repeat the dose on them. So the Lashings look to equalize. Pitched up and flicked away onto the leg side. That's in the gap. And Bramble gets away with a boundary. Straight onto his pads did Desai, and Bramble took full toll. Just got inside the line of it well. Just flicked away square between deep square leg and fine leg. And that's raced away to the fence. Good positive signs this for the Strikers. They've been rotating the strike in the few deliveries that we've seen them. And when the opportunities presented itself, they've taken it with both hands. Right then, what does Desai do to come back? Into the pitch, tries to heave it across this Bramble. Doesn't get any sort of contact on it. But remember, he only needs to clear the 30 here inside this power play. Desai, another promising young talent looking to reinforce his credentials on this circuit. Shot and pulled away. Excellent effort in the field. So wonderful effort acknowledged by Desai as well. Goes up to the fielder. Claps his hand. End of a good first over for the Strikers. 8 for no loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Akmal now coming into the attack. The under 19 talent that the Lashings have scouted and have drafted as part of their side. Comes in with his left arm angle. Steams in to Anthony Bramble. Shot, and that's cut away. That's raced away to the fence. It came quick onto the bat and went quicker outside of it. As Bramble pierces the gap on the offside. Shot, and White was asking to be hit, and Bramble obliged. And immediately there's pressure on the youngster. Third man and deep square outside. Pitch stop, Bramble goes big, clears mid-on, and that's a consecutive boundary here for Bramble. Short and wide was punished, full and on the stumps was punished as well. Yeah, pitched up through the line of the ball goes Bramble, and with mid-on inside the circle, he only needs to clear the 30-yard. Didn't get the whole of it, did Bramble, but he's shown clear signs of what he wants to do here. Pressure on Akmal. How does he respond? Field still remains the same. Slower ball, and he gets the wicket. Into the pitch, they're celebrating, but Bramble refuses to walk. The umpires are discussing, but that looks like a pretty clean catch to me. A slower ball completely deceived Bramble, had no clue whatsoever, and he's been given out. So the lashing strike, after a couple of boundaries from the strikers, Bramble has to depart. It was a well-disguised slower ball. Bramble was through the shot way too early. Almost played it yesterday, did Bramble, and a good catch there by the bowler. Akmal strikes, comes back after a flurry of boundaries. Bramble has to depart, and the strikers are 16 for 1. Right then. And if you thought there was ever a shortage of left-handers, we have a couple of left-handed batsmen now at the crease with Jayasuriya coming in, and a couple of left-handed opening bowlers now. Here's Akmal now with his tail up. Pitched up, and Jayasuriya flows through that shot straight to the fielder, fortunately for him. The key to that dismissal previously was that the arm speed did not change from Akmal. Identical arm speed, almost an identical delivery. Just way slower in the air. And Bramble was perplexed by that ball. And just lobbed up straight into the simplest of catches that Akmal could take. Good start here. Promising signs. Pitched up and flicked away. Jayasuriya, early signs, but Jayasuriya looking comfortable. Right then, Shivam Mishra now gets to face Akmal from this end. Pitched up and driven beautifully back to the bowler. End of a wicket taking over from Akmal. 2 overs gone at 17 for 1. Right then, we have a slip and plate for Desai. Just 6-3 field here towards the offside. Comes into the line. Was trying to go across was Jayasuriya, but Desai adjusted well. Couple of fielders converging in the deep. Jayasuriya knows the start is crucial. They need around 8 runs per over. And it's important they maximize the power play and put the pressure on early. So he's trying to come into the line of that ball, perhaps looking to hoik it over mid-wicket. And as soon as they see that, the slip goes out of play. Slip goes towards fine leg, the deep square goes outside. And the fielder from point comes back into the circle. Sense it's not going to be anything pitched up. Good line and length.
Good bowling, Ayan. Good bowling.
Jayasuriya, of course, has had plenty of experience in Major League Cricket and would like to storm a comeback into higher honors here. Shot and stays so low. Stays extremely low, and Jayasuriya has given himself out. Gee, that is unlucky. We saw in the earlier game today how there's a spot on that pitch where the ball just seems to keep low. Ayan Desai unintentionally has just bowled the perfect ball there. And Jayasuriya doesn't even need to wait for the umpire. Was walking way before the umpire's finger was up. Looked dead straight. And the ball promised to go head high, but instead went heel low. The Lashings strike in consecutive overs. And the strikers are 19 for 2. The Lashings have struck and they've struck big. They've got the big wicket of Shehan Jayasuriya. Adit Gorawara now walks to the crease. Yeah, and suddenly you can see the momentum shift. Couple of boundaries struck earlier by Bramble, but since then, been a couple of wickets that have rocked them back early. As Shehan would consider himself unfortunate there. Just could not adjust to the low bounce there. Can he produce that delivery? Just tried to flay that through the offside. Did Gorawara. Again, another talented young batter that the strikers have in their side. Shivam Mishra too, coming off the experience, the Sheikh Kamal Trophy, as well as previous to that. But for now, this is what they'll have to work with. Rushing back towards two. In the end, very comfortable too. Ends the over. Another wicket taking over for the Lashings. The Silicon Valley Strikers, after 3 overs, are 21 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Akmal now coming in for his second over. Same field as Desai. Deep square and third man outside the ring. Pitched up hurried Shivam Mishra there. And this is good early pressure. There's good early pressure being put by the Lashings onto the strikers. In a chase of 160 odd, it's important to have a good start, and a couple of wickets in the power play have rocked them back early here. Both from delivery, where the batsmen have been completely deceived, either by the length and the bounce, or by the pace of the delivery. Left armers proving their worth. Pitched up, driven. Now, similar field for the right-hander as well, Gorawara. Making sure third is a bit finer as Akmal bends and steams in to Gorawara. Lost his run up there. It's going to be important because they have a few bowlers in the middle with Rubel and a few others who can really dart the ball into the batsman. So it'll be important to ensure which are the bowlers they're going to target as we progress through this innings. A really young team, the Lashings. Stop. And for the third time in perhaps 3 consecutive deliveries, a single has been stolen from Rubel. And they've identified that he's perhaps not the quickest in the field, and they're doing their part to make sure they're getting a single every time the ball goes to him. They've been succeeding in that effort up until now. Fine leg goes a bit squarer. Remember, there's a deep square in place as well. This is excellent stuff from the strikers. They're ensuring that even when the boundary ball is not coming for them, they're just pushing and running. Pushing it in the gaps in the infield, taking runs off there. Extremely important. Sort of nudging away, chipping away at that large total that they have in front of them. They know that if and when the opportunity arises, they can pounce on the bat ball, but meanwhile, they need to ensure the scoreboard is ticking. Couple of back and forth here. You sense something's got to give. And he's cut that away as Gorawara. That's cut behind point. Beautiful shot. Short and wide. You could sense it with the rotation of left and right hand batsmen that the bowler was going to lose their line and length at some point in the over. And pressure built on by the batters on the fielders early in the over is rewarded with that short and wide ball outside off stump. Cut away inside the gap. An early boundary in the innings for Gorawara. No change in the field. How does Akmal respond to this? Another slower ball coming perhaps into the pitch, struck high on the pads. As we take another look at that last delivery. So this is struck way too high. And with that angle, it's hard to get a leg before wicket. It's the end of the 4th over. The Silicon Valley strikers are 28 for 2. Right then, a change in bowling. Desai goes out of the attack. In comes Hutchinson. And as an all-rounder, he will be motivated by his own batting today. Came in clutch for the Lashings when they needed him. 33 of 21 today with the bat. What can he do with the ball? It comes from a really tall angle, does he? And his way into the pitch with his line and length. Another left armour in the ranks. Third man outside, and the same field here with deep square as well. Shivam Mishra not trying anything untoward up until now. Sweating on the bat ball perhaps. Since he's eyeing the offside here with any sort of width he gets. Yeah, he does that exactly, gets it over the top, and that's all he needs, just a gentle push of the bat. He's cleared the infield comfortably, one bounce and it races away to the fence. Yeah, he was eyeing the offside and he got the width he needed. Just punched it beautifully over the fielders. Had no intention of keeping it down. And that went away so quickly to the fence. Timed that so superbly. The noise of the bat was crunch. Hutchinson again, shot, and this time tucked away on the leg side. He's got that in the gap, and Shivam Mishra goes bang bang in 2 boundaries of consecutive deliveries, putting Hutchinson under pressure early into his spell. Short and wide was punished, and short and on his hips has been punished as well. Really two very harmless shots without any risk taken. Shivam Mishra has capitalized. Nicely tucked away for a single. Smart batting again, getting a couple of boundaries, taking the single, making sure the scoreboard takes over no matter what. Right, then a slightly different field for Gorawara here. Third man does not go back. Fine leg is outside, and so is deep square, who's not had many balls come towards him. I sense this is going to be short and into the body, letting Gorawara hit towards that longer boundary. And just realizing that, deep fine comes inside the circle. Third man goes back. Pitch stop, nicely fended away. Hutchinson to finish off his over. Shot and then tucked away. Oh, he's really lucky that didn't go away to the fence. Gorawara knows that, hangs his head up. And the end of a productive over for the strikers. The end of 5 overs, they're 38 for 2.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Seems like the Lashings have some affinity towards left arms. Tough challenge of defending. Only a handful of runs in that last over. Did a fine job though. But what you can expect of him is a lot of darts into the pitch. It's not going to give a lot of room, not going to give a lot of flight. It's going to be flat, and it's going to be quick. Here he comes. Flat and quick it is as Gorawara squares up to cut this away. It's going to be an important matchup. if the strikers are going to make anything of this total, they have to ensure they put the spinners away, that they're not taking up dots. As Gorawara splices this away onto the offside over those fielders, and it trickles away to the fence. Everybody was inside on the offside, and Gorawara just went with the spin, was slightly slower, inviting the shot from Raina. And Gorawara made space. Didn't get a good connection on that, but he just needed to clear that infield, and the ball trickled away to the fence. Good proactive batting this, recognizing where the gaps are in the field. Pitched up again, this time driven through. Few balls have spun here. You sense the arm ball here is coming here from Raina. Be quick and into the stumps from him. This, of course, is the last over of the power play, so you sense these batters are going to go for it. That's the quicker one. He's missed out there, has Gorawara. He knows it again. That's short and wide, asking to be hit. Could have placed that anywhere on the offside and would have gone for 4. Couple of deliveries left in this power play. Favorable matchup to Shivam Mishra from Rubal Raina. Yeah, that's good, that's good. You want to be making sure you take these singles. Right then, last ball of the power play. We saw a wicket falling in the first innings. Flights it up again over the offside. Oh no, just evades the fielder. Gee, for a moment I thought he was in play. It's the cover fielder, but Gorawara gets just enough connection on it. Hasn't fully timed the ball, but again, 8 runs off that over. End of the power play. The strikers are 46 for 2. Hutchinson to continue here. The strikers are going well after the loss of a couple of wickets early into the power play. Shivam Mishra has looked comfortable, and Gorawara's also got his fair share. He's missed out on a couple of loose deliveries here. The opening bowlers from the Lashings in Desai and Akmal were really good with the lines and lengths. Jayasuriya was unfortunate to get out to that ball that just stayed low. But since then, it's been smooth from Gorawara and Mishra. They still need to up the ante. They're still slightly behind the rate. With 8 and over required and the talent that they possess, I think this could be possible. Hutchinson, of course, coming from his tall left arm seaming action. Yeah, watch out for that shot over mid-wicket that Gorawara likes to play. He's good on the leg side with that shot. Eyeing that space as well. It's empty real estate. And he pulls that away. Again, what's important is to ensure there's no string of dot balls. As Cody Chetty showed in the first innings with the Lashings, it's important to make sure that you're proactive in your batting, that you're constantly looking for those runs inside the circle, hitting it in the gaps. Not every ball will go to the boundary, but you have to minimize the dot balls that you play in this game. Slower ball. Hutchinson perhaps recognizing that Gorawara was looking for something. Doesn't want to give him that. Right then, Mishra coming in with a high back lift. Shot, and that's pulled away. Good fielding there by the mid-wicket fielder. Mishra knows he's missed out there. Should have perhaps tried to lift it over that fielder, as he indicates with his shadow batting. Quiet over this from Hutchinson. You sense that the strikers batsmen have not made the Lashings bowlers pay as yet. It's not like there haven't been good deliveries on offer. There have been deliveries that have been right in their slot. They've missed out on them. Strays down the leg side. And that's a no ball, as signaled by the umpire. This is the opportunity perhaps that the strikers are looking for. Free hit with the field that cannot be changed. The thing with the free hit is, and as the 50 comes up for the strikers, is that often the batsman puts themselves under a lot of pressure to hit the free hit. And in that process, they try to lose their shape, lose balance, and don't get the connection they want. The key to the free hit is to ensure it's as stable and as still as possible. Pitched up. And that he gets away with it, does Hutchinson. Minimum damage done. As we reach the end of the over. 7 overs gone. The strikers are 51 for 2. It's a windy evening here in Woodley Park, and the winds of change in this game are blowing as well, as the Silicon Valley strikers try to build some semblance of a partnership here. Raina comes in, swept away. Strong sweep, but right to the fielder. Slowing it up here is Raina. Sense he's trying to buy a wicket. Gorawara will be looking over mid-wicket here. The slog sweep is his favored shot. And I think Raina would be more than happy to give those singles away. Key is to not let this become a big over. Let the batsman take the initiative. That's pitched up and hit it through the line. Can he get that? Doesn't reach the fielder. Didn't get all of it, did Mishra. Gorawara is going at less than run a ball. Sense he's looking for an opportunity here. That's flat and cut away. And overran the fielder there at point for a comfortable couple. Rana's not happy with that effort. Knows that should have been a dot. But that's the key here. He can't be short and wide with those two fielders outside. It's ball asking to be hit. That's quicker and fuller. Played off the back foot. Did not judge the length well, did Gorawara. Similar field here for Shivam Mishra. Flied it up. He's trying to buy the wicket here, is Raina, but they're milking him away, other strikers. They're happy to do that for now. 7 off that over. 8 overs gone. It's 58 for 2. Right then, Neeraj Goel coming into the attack. First right armer we've seen today. And he hits that spot on the pitch which got Jayasuriya out. That's the spot on the pitch where the ball stays down. Then they're looking to get a move on here are the strikers. Thing is, both these batsmen here are batting at round about a run a ball. And in a chase, it's important that when the set batters are there, they're scoring at above the run rate that's required. The run rate is creeping out to 8.5, approximately going towards 9 and over. The batters here that are batting and on and are well set need to ensure they're above the rate. Each goal comes again. The first right-hander actually to bowl today from the Lashings. Seen a bunch of left-handers bowl, and this is the variety in their attack. Still 99 runs needed from the strikers. They're going at less than 7 now. Need a big over sooner rather than later. Everybody except mid-wicket out on the leg side. Long off and a sweeper outside on the off. As I say that, fine leg comes in, third man goes out. The options are over mid-wicket and through covers here for Gorawara. Recognize that, that's good length from Goel. Been a quiet few deliveries here. Haven't really been able to get the ball away to the boundary. The strikers. Partnership brewing here, but Lashings will not mind this. Pressure still on the strikers to force some momentum into this game. Have to take some calculated risks here. Pitched up and slashed away in front of point. Good effort in the deep. Sneak back in for 2 there. The delivery asking to be hit and Shiv Mishra obliged. Short and wide outside off. Good effort in the deep. Onto his pad and flicked away. What a shot that is from Shiv Mishra. We talked about how something was going to give here. They needed to inject some momentum into this innings. And just straight onto his pads did Goel. Not happy that the fielder was inside there. Perhaps wanted the placement to be different than what it was. And that's a much needed boundary for the strikers. Just clipped away off his legs. Fielder had to backtrack, but was only going to fetch it from the boundary. Good over then for the strikers. 9 overs gone, they're 66 for 2. Right then, Raina into his third over. Short and wide, cut across. And yeah, that's a poor delivery, asking to be hit from Raina. And suddenly, in the space of 2 deliveries, the strikers are getting some momentum here. They've reached 70 for 2 in 9 overs. Short and wide, cut He's tried that shot a few times as Gorawara gets this between the fielders at point. Shot and onto his pads. Perhaps lucky to get away with one there is Raina. But 87 needed of another 10.4 overs. In the space of a couple of deliveries, they've got some key boundaries here, have the strikers, just when they needed it. And now they can just milk away the entire over. This will be some good proactive batting here from the two batters who are set now. The required rate is back close to around 8. The aim will be to push this up a bit more. Make sure that while the set batters are there, they're batting at above the rate required, so that if a wicket falls, it's easier for the newer batter coming in. Flight it up from Rubel. You can see that in between the darts that he's bowling, he's trying to flight it up, vary his pace, and perhaps buy a wicket in that effort. The strikers in response have been up to that task. They haven't let Raina build up any sort of pressure, and they've been happy to milk him away up until now. Comes down the track, and he gets the wicket, does Raina. Think he's edged that as Mishra. An unnecessary wicket goes as Mishra, in an effort to up the ante, perishes. Charged down the track, perhaps a bit too early. Raina noticed that, pushed it extremely wide outside off stump. And Mishra, in an effort to maximize his matchup, pushed it wide across. Think he edged that and got stumped afterwards. But Mishra, after playing a good knock, has to depart. Good knock comes to the end, as the strikers are 73 for 3. Right, the new batter to the crease. Left-hander, ensure that the matchup stays there. Raina getting excited there. And the end of a wicket taking over. 10 overs gone at the halfway mark. Silicon Valley strikers are 73 for 3. Right then, a wicket at just the wrong time for the strikers. 10 overs, 85 runs needed. Neeraj Goyal back into the attack. And you sense that Gorawara has some repair job to do here, along with Hotak, who's joined him at the crease. Hotak, of course, coming off an impressive bowling performance today, taking 2 for 22 in his 4 overs. Will look to back it up with his batting as well. Pretty standard field here, with 3 out on the leg side and a couple on the offside. Third man has gone back. A couple of fielders out on the offside. Beaten him from pace there. Good goal. Goravara has been hobbling around at that run-a-ball rate. Perhaps needs to up the ante at some point as a required rate. Just skies with every dot ball. Talked about how Mishra, in the face of all of it, was really batting at a healthy strike rate, trying to minimize the dot balls that were there. Pitched up and driven straight to the fielder. 3 dots now in the over. Pressure building after the fall of a wicket. In total, the last 5 balls, not a single run has come for the strikers. Sense the momentum shifting in this game now. Something's got to give from Goravara. Right, what are his options? He can go over mid-wicket, a zone that he really likes. Or he can go behind the wicket, try to scoop the ball. Goes short, gets a top edge. Can Raina get underneath that? Doesn't get to him. Should have been 2. Gee, in an effort to up the ante, Goravara almost perished. Hasn't really found the timing as Goravara. Missed out on a couple of loose deliveries earlier on in the innings. Hasn't found the middle of the bat consistently. Hotak here as the new batter needs to ensure he doesn't chew up any dot deliveries here. Needs to force the issue. Comes down the track, tries to do exactly that. Should be a couple. Hurries and a slight misfield means that he can easily take 2. Goel is not pleased with that effort. Hotak, of course, has batted up and down the order. Opened in the last game. And now he's here in the middle order with an aggressive job to do. Shot. And that's an edge. Umpire's given him. Hotak doesn't look happy, but no batter ever is when given out. And Goel strikes. In the space of a couple of overs, the Lashings have struck twice, and they're right back into this game. In fact, they're on top of it. Hotak departs, trying to play really a nothing shot. So wide, I think just got closer on him with the angle. Expected more room there. And in an effort to try to get some sort of momentum into this innings, or what has been a stop-start play from the strikers, they lose another wicket. 11 overs gone, 76 for 4. Right then, Akmal back into the attack. 9 overs, 82 needed here. Slower ball. He has a very well disguised slower delivery, does Akmal. Doesn't change his arm speed one bit. With every single dot ball that Gorawara faces, especially in the space of the last 6 deliveries, there's increasing pressure on him as the set batsman in this innings. Needs to somehow force the issue. Hasn't been that many loose deliveries from the Pacers. Pacers have been really effective, and I think the captain recognizes here for the Lashings. Stuck to a line and length. Slower and down the leg side. He's lucky to get away with a wide there. Could have been much worse. There's nobody behind square on the leg side. Any bat on that would have raced away to the boundary. But the plan here is to not give any pace to Gorawara. Consecutive slower deliveries. Right, then Gorawara also recognizing, you can see with him tapping the bat hard, holding the bat higher, that he needs to go for it. Slower, and he gets some bat on that. And that's exactly what was going to happen. Bowling short and into his body with no protection behind square on the leg side. Gorawara just needs to get any bat on that. And a much needed boundary that can perhaps inject some momentum into his innings. It's been really stop-start from him. He's got a boundary or two, but then just hobbled along with Shivam Mishra. But now that he has departed and consecutive wickets have gone, the onus is on him to carry his team through.
$77 needed of it. 77 needed.
Right then, what does Akmal have in response? Perhaps another slower delivery. So yeah, slower and wider and cut across. Should scamper back. Oh, late call to scamper back. Has he departed in that process? He's gone. There was a late call to run too. Gorawara just came under pressure there. Yeah, Gorawara was late on that too. Should have called early and run hard initially. Would have made that. But again, Gorawara was the set batter. The onus was on him. Just look at that. It's a good, clean pickup and throw. But Gorawara was just hesitant initially. And yeah, he looks comfortably out. Gorawara departs as the set batter. The strikers slip into further trouble. They're 82 for 5. Right, then the Lashings on top. 2 new batters at the crease. Still 76 more to get. Slower and wider. Perhaps a bit unnecessary at this stage. With 2 new batters in. Gary Graham and Pranay Suri. Both yet to face a legal delivery. short and again wide. Don't want this from a Lashings point of view. It's been a good over. And there's a wicket that's come. You want to build pressure on the new batsman. Don't want to give away easy deliveries. It's already going to be a 6 ball over already. We only had 3 legal deliveries in the process. As the over gets longer, the line and length also goes wayward. Akmal here again. It's left alone by Gary Graham. Squared him up completely. And he's given. Graham was in no position to make that run. He's got a cramp in the process as well. And the strikers are feeling the pressure. They're trying to run runs when there aren't any. And they've lost another wicket in that process. Graham departs for nothing, and this is the second round in the over as the strikers slip further. 84 for 6. There have been a few casualties today on the field. Let's hope Gary Graham is okay. Akmal to Pranay Suri comes in, slashed away, and that's a streaky boundary there for Pranay Suri. A much needed one for the strikers as they look to get anywhere close to this total. The end of the 12th over, it's 88 for 6. Yeah, just a flash from Pranay Suri. It's raced away to the fence with Akmal's space. That's what happens with those wides early on in the over. Those extra balls really come to haunt you in the end. Right then, still very much within the reach of the strikers. Ahmed Zain now on strike as Goel comes into his third over. Key thing is, when they cannot get the boundaries to get those singles, they need 8 runs per over. That's about ensuring you get those 4 or 5 singles in the over and then look for the boundary opportunity when it arises. They've been trying to snatch a few runs off Rubel here, and they've been successful in doing so throughout the course of this innings. Then Pranasuri got a 4 off his first delivery. Need to ensure they minimize dot balls. Flashes and flashes hard. Gonna be only a single, but early signs here that Pranasuri is not gonna die wondering. As the winds blow here at Woodley Park, the winds of change are also blowing in this game. Short and tucked away. Misfield, can they come back for 2? They can. And a waiver throw as well. Goel is not happy with that effort. It's all they need to do here. The strikers need to consistently put pressure. For the Lashings, it's important that they string in a few good overs in. They've got a few wickets courtesy of run-outs. It's important to ensure that they stick to their plans. Pitch stop and got high on the keeper in the end. Right then, Ahmed Zain. Pitch stop. That was got really low on him. Almost Yorker length. It's good bowling from Goel. He's kept the batsman quiet, not given much away. 5 of the overs still. Required run rate is up above 9 runs per over now. They need a big over soon to the strikers. There's still an over of the spinner to go. Ahmed Zain has and Akmal has one as well. Pitch stop and driven. That's in the gap. Should be at least a couple, if not more. And he's timed that so sweetly as Pranasuri. That's gone to the fence. Excellent shot. Did not overhit that one bit. Just pitched up on a length, and Pranasuri just gets his feet towards that and drives through the line beautifully. Huge gap there between cover and long off. And that ends. And it's important to have a good ending in the over, and that one goes really, really well for the strikers. 13 overs gone, they're 97 for 6. Interesting here. Usually the Lashings prefer Raina to bowl the death overs with his darts. Last evening they made him bowl the last over of the game. This time they're bowling him out way early before we enter into the death phases. Yeah. He's clever that way, Raina. Wants the batsman. Not go too outside. Darted in. And they run away for 2. Good pressure building here from the strikers. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna dart it in. Is Raina. They're up to the task, are the two batters here. Ahmedzai recognizing the opportunity here is to give the strike to Suri, who's got a couple of boundaries. Right then, it's going to be darted in. That's 4 of the over. We'll need to get a boundary somehow. Ahmedzai hasn't really taken a risk up until now. It's 100 up for the strikers. Pitched up. Drills it down. And that's a misfield here. Yeah, not what the Lashings need. Been a few misfield years where they've taken more than a run, and that's all it takes to put the pressure on to the fielding side. And without a risk, you can sense as they see the 3rd error in fielding in this over. It's been 8 runs off this over without a boundary being hit. Courtesy the Lashings, they're doing the strikers a favor here. Need to be proactive here. Not do the unnecessary things. Get the basics right. Raina bowling the last delivery of his spell. He's been comfortably walked away today. He's got the sole wicket. But they've been happy to play the spinner all along. Again, just a push and a single. It's very well played. 9 runs of the over without taking a risk. 14 overs gone. The strikers are 106 for 6. Goyal comes into the track as it's going to be all pace from now on here. Oh, tries to go for an almighty swing. Does Ahmedzai, doesn't get any bat on it. Lost the shape completely there. Does Ahmedzai. Got 9 of that over. It's important to ensure they don't get any dot balls. The strikers need a boundary. They need a 14-15 run over from somewhere. Who are they going to target? They're going to target Goyal, as it's shown right there. Beautifully extends his arms. Does Ahmedzai, goes through the line of the ball and just punches it away straight down the ground for a beautiful 6. Ahmedzai looking increasingly comfortable against the bowling. Just went with his arms, extended through the line of the ball, and a beautiful finish. And clears the ropes comfortably. That wasn't really a ball to his plans. From Goyal, needs to set a plan. Needs to perhaps think about how the strikers try to restrain Hutchinson from hitting by just shutting off one side of the ground and bowling to the other side, setting the field there. Perhaps need a strategy like that. Doesn't seem like they have a plan in place. It's a pretty standard field. Still remains the same. What does Ahmedzai do? 6 early on in the over. Can this be the big one? Beats him on the outside edge. Just go. That's good response. Good comeback. Alright then, pitch stop and he goes for it. Just gonna go one bounce to the long off fielder. 7 runs of the over, a couple of balls to go. Still feel they need to maximize what they can get out of this over. Five overs left after this. Options are towards cover and behind the wicket. Slashes hard and slashes wide of the fielder at sweeper cover, and Pranay gets another boundary to his name. Excellent effort to make this over a big one. Just wide outside, bowling to really no plan there in the slot and slashed away. Beats the fielder at sweeper who could do nothing about that. This seems like there's lack of clarity in terms of what he needs to bowl here is Goel. There's no field being set, no plan in place. Just trying to get out of this over now. And he cuts it away. And that's a good stop by third. "12 runs of the over. Goel finishes with figures of 4 overs, 1 for 32. 15 overs gone. The strikers need 40 more.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Right then, Ayan Desai coming into the attack. 5 overs left now. 40 runs to get for the strikers. The run rate is perhaps not the issue here. The wickets more are. Pranay Suri is playing a blinder here for his team. Shot and pulled away. It's going to be over mid-wicket. Oh, that's lucky. They'll come back here for 2. Comfortable running there. 5 overs left. It's going to be 2 from Ayan, 1 from Elmore, 2 from Elmore and 1 from Akmal to finish things off. Left arm seamers coming to the fore here for the Lashings. Can the left armers swing this game into the Lashings' favor? This is a crucial partnership building here. Shot and pulled away again. He's got a hold of that. And that's cleared the boundary comfortably. The strikers have struck, and they've struck big here. Pranay Suri getting a good piece of that. Knew that's going to be short. And boy, he's hiked that over mid-wicket. 8 runs already of this over. Pitched up and just flayed away. Straight to the fielder, but they scamper through for a single. Good proactive running. This want to ensure they minimize dot balls here. And suddenly, through the course of this partnership, the advantage has shifted back towards the strikers. A wicket or 2 here would do nicely for the Lashings. Mid-wicket goes out. Third man comes in inside the circle. Has to be shot and into his body. Should be a couple as they run away. Excellent fielding effort, but this is good cricket here from the strikers. Even when the boundary option is not available, they're putting the pressure back. And the fielding hasn't really been up to the mark from the Lashings' point of view. They've picked out which fielders they want to challenge, which has been smart from the strikers. And they've always run whenever it's gone to the field, to those select fielders. "11 of the over already. Couple of deliveries left. Slower ball beats him, all ends up. This is good stuff here from the strikers. Very proactive death batting here. Both Suri and Ahmedzai seize the opportunity whenever it's presented itself. And it's pitched up, should be straight into its pockets, and he gets the wicket. That was a much needed wicket here for the Lashings, and Pranay Suri has holed out. He's distraught with that shot. Did not need to go for a boundary option. There was already 12 runs off the over, but perishes in pursuit, and things get a little more interesting here at Woodley Park. Pranay Suri smashes his pads in disdain. Tried to go for that shot, perhaps the ball was there for him to go for, but just did not get the connection, and straight into the hands of long off, who takes the catch comfortably. Is there another twist in this tale? 16 overs gone. The strikers are 130 for 7, needing another 28 of the remaining 4. Right then, Elmore Hutchinson here to bowl 2 overs in the death. 28 needed of 4 overs. Ahmedzai needs to play this smartly now. Needs to recognize that there are not many batters left, and he's a set batter here who sees the opportunity whenever it's presented itself. He needs to ensure it was a good over for the strikers. They were getting good runs off it, of every ball. 12 runs coming off the last over, but just a wicket. They'd not be happy with that. Could be a critical juncture in that game. Right, that fine leg is very square. Cuts this away. He's willing to give the strike to the other batter. No intention of farming the strike right now, as Kanduri comes to the crease. Has not had a good outing with the ball. Bit poor in his line and length execution, but he has an opportunity to make amends with the bat here. Seems like we're going to go down to the wire here. A wicket here will really tilt the scales in favor of the Lashings. What can Hutchinson do? Bowls it short and just put it back. Ahmedzai perhaps indicating to Kanduri to place that defense, ensuring that it's not a dot ball. The last thing you want from a striker's point of view is a string of dot balls being built up and more pressure on Ahmedzai to take the risk. Ahmedzai needs to weigh his options. Where can he find the runs? And that's That's up in the air. Can the fielder come underneath that? Gee, that's a good catch, but he was never looking in a position to get there. Just went away. And there was no need for Kanduri to hit the pull there. But he's perished in pursuit. And the Lashings have struck back again in this match. As often we've seen wickets losing in clumps from the striker's point of view. Just got high on him, but there was really no need to hit it out of the park. And just some poor cricket here from the striker's point of view at a crucial juncture in this game. Momentum is back in the Lashings' favor. Good catch there in the end. Was never really looking like he's going to get there, but had to jump across in the end. And made good dive to catch that. Crucial catch in the context of this game. And that brings Aman Patil to the crease. A left-hander. Right then. Ahmedzai holds the key to this game. The onus is on him to force the issue with 27 needed of another 20 deliveries in this game. Shot and hit straight down the ground. Is it to hand? Oh, he drops that. And what's worse, it goes to the boundary. Insult to injury there for the Lashings. That was perhaps the game. What would have been 9 wickets down and an increasing amount of pressure on Ahmedzai now turns into healing the cause of the strikers. That's a good straight hit. Just hit it on top of the bounce at Patil. You think that should have been taken. Gee, the boundary might hurt them in the end. 23 needed now of 19. As Hutchinson tries to go again, does Patil. It's only going to be a single. An over that either side would not mind having. 3 overs left, 22 runs needed. Then they decide to finish off here. 22 runs needed in 3 overs. You sense this is a crucial over from the Lashings' point of view. A 6-run over really tilts things in their favor. 10-run one tilts things in strikers' favor. Pitch stop, slower ball. And that's excellent deception there. Right there, dot forced up nonetheless. You can see him tapping his bat hard. He's going to go for this one. Is Patil. Loses his bat in the process. And this is excellent deceptive bowling from Desai. couple of key dots just building pressure on Patil. He doesn't really need to look for the boundary option right now. Needs to avoid the dot ball. And 2 deliveries where he's just not got the hang of the pace here. Needs to look straight. What are his options here? Another slower ball just struck away. It's gonna be a single. Yeah, perhaps something what he should have done first ball of the over. Ahmedzai now gets the strike after a while in this game. He is the key, you'd sense. Still 20 more runs to get. Cannot afford to lose a wicket here. Just make or break this over. A wicket here could mean the end for the strikers. Ahmedzai realizes that. The strikers, of course, winning against the Lashings a few days back. Lashings looking to equalize the score. 21 needed and 14 now. As Desai comes in, charges in, goes quick this time, beats him again. This is an excellent over from Desai. Unnecessary pressure built up from the other end with Patil playing the first 3 balls of the over. This put pressure on Ahmedzai to take the risky option. And what I think would be crucial here is for Ahmedzai to retain strike for the next over. He does exactly that. Perhaps does more. Gets 2. He doesn't want 2, does Ahmedzai. He did not want 2, does Ahmedzai. He wants to keep the strike. And suddenly, in the face of a clutch over, things have shifted back into the Lashings' favor. 2 overs.
Just needed to touch the ball.
They often say the penultimate over is more important than the final one. And never has that been more true than now. As Hutchinson comes into bowl, gets it wide, should be a couple. Runs back, needs to run back. Does Patil. Right, then what would they be happy chasing? The strikers in the final over. 8 perhaps, 7, 8, they'd fancy their chances. Need to get more than half the runs in this over. Ahmedzai's right man to be on strike. Shot and then pulled away. Should be another couple. This will do nicely for them. What they don't need is the loss of a wicket from a striker's point of view. 16 needed and 10 balls now. You have a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, sweeper and a third man outside. Shot, and he's got a top edge on that. The keeper's not going to get there. Neither is third man. Spins away, and it races away to the boundary. A comedy of errors here behind the wicket, as neither the keeper nor third man can get a hand onto the ball. And in the space of all absurdity, the pressure gets to the Lashings. Ball races away. Ahmedzai looking to go big. Ball gets high on him, gets a top edge there. The ball just spins away and beats the fielder here at third man. A sigh of relief from the striker's point of view. 12 needed of 9. Right then, a wicket would do nicely here for the Lashings. What does Ahmedzai do? Pitch stop, and that's wide. Or is it? It's given as wide. A valiant effort to save that call from the bowler. But yeah, you see these small things in the field having an impact elsewhere. The misfield causing the wide delivery. Just the pressure onto the Lashings. They're feeling it now. Akmal at third man knows he still has a job to do in the last over coming up. 10 needed now. 9 deliveries. And he smashes that! Does Ahmedzai! Punches the air in delight. It's in the slot and he gets a hold of that. He's pumped up as Ahmedzai. Hutchinson bowls one in the slot. And Ahmedzai swings his bat through the line. A cross-batted shot straight down the ground for 6. And you sense that it's 5 of 8. Who's doing the scoring? It's wrong. Sorry. Ahmedzai might be celebrating here, but the game is far from being done. 5 runs still required. It could all change very quickly for the strikers. Plays it smartly. 4 more runs needed from a striker's point of view. And Hutchinson. Hutchinson's been expensive today. Slew of changes in the field. No deep mid-wicket. No mid-wicket, in fact. Deep mid-wicket comes inside the circle. Hutchinson's gone for 36 in his 3.5 overs. Looking to finish off well. A wicket would do nicely. They look to finish this off. Naman Patil goes big and he finishes things off in style. The strikers clutch victory from the jaws of defeat. And the Lashings have only themselves to blame in what has been a tight encounter here at Woodley Park. Short and wide outside off. And he's punched that away over covers. One more run needed from the striker's point of view. Scores have been leveled here at Woodley Park. And the confidence, the calm in the face of extreme pressure shown by the strikers' lower order batsmen. have held them in good stead. Right then, everyone inside the circle. Akmal to bowl the final ball. Not the final ball yet. Short and wide, missed that opportunity. Right then, 5 dot balls or 2 wickets, either would do nicely for the Lashings. The strikers know it's their game to lose. There is nobody outside the 30-yard. Keep an eye on the non-striker. Not a run, still not a run. He's gonna bowl it short and into his body is Akmal. He's not gonna give any sort of length for Ahmed Zai to come under and lift over the top. I think the keeper should take off one of his gloves perhaps and look for the run out chance when he gets that. The keeper with both his gloves on. They'll try to sneak in a bye, maybe. And he pushes it away. He gets them home, does Ahmed Zai. The strikers clinch a narrow victory here over the Lashings. And what a game we witnessed at Woodley Park. In a game that ebbed and flowed, it's the strikers who've kept their calm and held their nerve. And the lower order batsmen in Ahmed Zai and Pranay Suri and a good couple of hits from Naman Patil have taken the strikers home. Valiant efforts from the Lashings. They'll take a lot of positives from this effort today. But unfortunately, they end up on the wrong side. The strikers then do the double over the Lashings here at Woodley Park. We've seen a few last over finishes in this minor league, and add this to that. The strikers got off to a good start with Bramble hitting a couple of boundaries, then perished. Jasurya got a bad one, staying low, and then Gorawara was hobbling along until he was just run out. A couple of run-outs in between. But then Pranay Suri and Ahmed Zai, with a few hits from Namal Patil, came in clutch for the strikers. They've taken them to victory here at Woodley Park. The bowling was impressive from the slew of left-armers that the Lashings have. Decisive was impressive, 4 overs, 2 for 25. But really, in their third and the fourth and fifth bowlers in Rubal and Neeraj, the Lashings perhaps conceded a few runs too many there. Hutchinson also went for a few at the death. Good partnerships in between, taking wickets and clumps, but were never really able to build pressure. So the match summary then, Los Angeles Lashings winning the toss and batting. Cody Chetty with an impressive 55. Hutchinson with a few lusty blows towards the end. Got to 157. Kamran Hotak taking a good 2-4. And the strikers in response got off to a cautious start with Gorawara and Mishra stitching a partnership. But it was the striking of Ahmed Zai and Pranay Suri with a few lusty blows by Naman Patil towards the end that got them home against a good left arm attack that the Lashings have. A close encounter here at Woodley Park, and now we can rest. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.